man without sauce is truly lost. Same man can also find himself lost in the sauce. I'm no sauceologist. I'm just here to play some video games. Better get to it. Alright. First time around, I went out into the abyss, had some fun. Then I think I came to the conclusion that maybe I shouldn't bother trying to take on a triple fabricator threat fight. Partially because I couldn't find one. Partially because the ones I could find were 4 fabricators and a whole shitload of other dudes. Don't think I'm quite built that way. In the sense of, don't think I'd win that fight. What about what I actually want to do? I want to replace any officers. It's probably better ones I could have. But I'm sure it's good enough. One thing I've been thinking is, I've got all these story points. I may as well use them, huh? Stick the solar shielding on a bunch of these ships. Technically, I could get a lot more out of the additional berthings if I S-modded it. But this is just a destroyer hull, so I think it would go from 60 to 120 for the bonus. Still not a huge amount. It's not like I need that much more spare crew. Solar shielding it is. Don't need surveying equipment anymore. Not sure why I built in militarized subsystems on all of these. Probably shouldn't have, but... While it wouldn't be a super huge effort to fix it, wondering if I should even bother. The fuel bonus I could get would be, wait, it's 200 or by 30%. 20% of 3,000 is... I don't know. Not doing that math right now. Yeah, whatever it is, it would get doubled by the S-mod bonus. The only thing I get out of having the militarized subsystem built in is I don't need as much crew. But I don't think that's terribly important. Let me see if I can order some replacements. Sure can. Although I should probably switch out the Revenants for something else. I'm gonna keep them. Everything else I've got already has 2S mods, so those are probably also fine. Probably. It's only the start of the month, so it's gonna take a while for those ships to show up. Means I've got plenty of time to go talk to the contacts. Start with Rayan. Maybe instead of coming over here to Ema, I should have gone over to Asconia, gotten the 2 contacts there, maybe buy some fuel, and then gone over. Oh, whatever. Already here. Keep accidentally hitting the stellar mirror rather than the station. I wants me to fuck shit up on Umbra. No thanks. Special pirate fleet bounty, observation package, and the bounty docket. Nothing crazy like last time though. One's back over at Beta Kestrel. Wonder why they like that star system so much. This one's half tempting. Doesn't pay very well, but it's not far away. I'll accept the other 2. Wait, that one changed. Wasn't it somewhere over here last time, rather than up there? The more challenging target one is 240,000 credits. The whatever you've got works is at 560,000 credit. And it's also closer. Whatever. Just so you know, you'll now be the first to try this job. Never heard back from the other guy. There's not a terribly impressive looking fleet either. Something doesn't add up. I'll take the mission. There's something fishy about that one. It's a lot of S-mods. Still don't have anything big though. I'll go get the spice at deployment done. Then I'll head over to go get the bounty, and then go deal with the pirate bounty. Probably not the best way to do it, but that's what I'm doing. I wasn't that close, but I still got hit. Second thought, maybe I should have saved this one for last. Have to wait for that guy to leave. And the other guy to also leave. God damn it. Well, that blew my chance. We're going over to the radar. Sensor, not radar. Dude, there was a reason I never took these damn missions. Half the time it feels like the AI is just fucking with me. There we go. Job's done. There is a gate right over there. I keep looking at this shade blueprint, but I really don't have to worry about it right now. Let's head over to Syndria, stock up on stuff, go get those bounties done. Also been neglecting any butter bounties. Nothing important. Do have a lot of shrouded substrate. Think of doing something with all of that. Also nearly forgot the contact that I have here. Not that they've got anything important. It's also the one over in Nordia, but... nah, gonna go check it. The gate'll just have to be a few more days of travels away. The man with the paper book. It's got the location of a light needler. I'll take it. Pirate bounty up over there. Okay. Which one did I want to do first? Thinking, get the regular bounty done, head over here, kill all the pirates I can find over here, grab the light needler, run up over here, take out all the bounty or all the pirates over there, then grab the shade blueprint. Seems like a good plan to me. Just have to take the portal or gate over there, then the gate down there, then the gate up there. Easy peasy. It's in the Atasaya star system, which is where I am. That certainly looks like the fleet I'm after. Still not sure how he's worth that much money. Alright, gonna get a nice warm-up round out of this one. high-level officers. Extensively S-modded ships. The only thing they're missing is the ships actually being worth it. Where'd he go? Oh, up there. That's where you blink once and you lose track of them. Don't have much left. One is spinning meteorite right there. Ain't spinning no more. Yeah, they definitely overpaid for how challenging that bounty was. And I guess they don't need to know that part. They just have to know that it's done. And back into the gate. Go grab those blueprints first. Pretty sure these weren't here earlier, but they are now. There's the blueprint. Now the bounty. This one pays slightly more. Oh, hey there, Billy. How you doing? Glad to see you're doing good. I'm doing good as well. Hopefully it stays that way. That's a little bit of bounty money. Still don't know where the pirate base is. It's gotta be somewhere. These guys don't want to do a upfront fight, which does speed things up a bit. Might as well hack into their sensors and their nav buoy while I'm here. Contact popped up from right over here, so I'm thinking this might be where their base is. Forgot to check if there's a bounty on the base itself. Doesn't seem like it. There's the bounty for this guy here. Naf Maragos. Rumored to be hiding out near a volcanic world and a binary star system in the Kestrel constellation. Which I don't think is here. Volcanic, it said, right? There's one there. Indrik. There's no other binary star systems in this constellation, so that must be it. And I do have to go back over there to grab the gate. There's the base. And some more pirates to blow up. This time they're putting up a fight. Send in the Odysseys and me. In a fury this time. They've got enough chaff in the way that the Odysseys can't take on the station. Just fine enough. Usually if you blow up the station, the rest of them run away. So might as well blow them up first. I do get paid by the haul. But he didn't. Turn off the cryoblaster for a little bit. They're running out of dudes, but we're still not engaging the station. It's an ion beam. Do not want that hitting the hull. There we go. "60 crew lost." Still wonder if that's just because I started using services. Right. Not gonna be finding terribly much more in this system. Might as well go over to the next one. Get the bounty, go over to the other pirate controlled sector. System, not sector. Unless if it is a sector. Definitely no master of terminology. dropped in right on top of him. Whole pile of eagles, whole pile of falcons, and some executors, and not to mention the sunders. I think we got it. Most of them there on the right side. Got 20 more points to work with. Yeah, throw another meatball in. Melting point. You're up. There's also got a high intensity laser. There goes some of the frontal armor. Coming back for revenge. Or maybe I go after the eagle instead. taken out a whole bunch. They keep trickling more in. But we're in a good position to receive them. Just try to go deal with this straggler. Some purple level all over their shit. Have a very, very explosive. Two executors, bunch of falcons, and one eagle. Not quite as many as there was a moment ago. There's about to be a few less. There goes the Reaper. Wish those would stay for a little bit longer, just in case they get flung from impact hard enough to, you know, do its job. Another bounty down. Gonna unpin that one. There is one over here. Barren bombarded world in a black hole system in the Bola Nebula. Now there are two black holes here. Two barren, 3 barren, 4. So there's 4 in this system. And none of the other one. Any gates over there? There is. Over at Mom. Think I might just have to go over there then. Make sure to pin the bounty so I don't lose it. Also, if I understood the information correctly from when I received it just earlier, the crew of the Artemis 2, or well, the ship also, not just the crew, are gonna be landing in about an hour from now, when I'm saying these words. Supposedly. So all the barren worlds are over down here. Start by going over to Zeta Bola 4. It's a lot of Cool Ranch patrols hanging out over there. Nope, more bounties. One down over that way. This one here over where we're gonna be going. And that one. This guy too. And that's about it. I think I'm gonna go detour for that other one. That's over here. Alright. Almost forgot there were paffers I had to worry about. It's unconfirmed that it's the same group that's over here. Just know that they're active. I'll let it rock for now. Got more than enough money. And I don't think they're gonna be able to disrupt my industry enough for it to really be a problem. Probably. Bounty's not over this way. Might be one of those other two planets. It's gotta be one of them. Guess it can only be one of them. Did I miscalculate? Barren bombarded world in the Zeta Bola star system. That's where the error was. Was looking for the wrong kind of planet. Rookie mistake. Still not gonna be in the other system. But it does mean it's gonna be over here. Zeta Bola 2A. I've got enough time to get it done. Should be fine. There they are. An onslaught, a couple of legions, another lesser onslaught, Grendel, Small pile of dominators. Large pile of enforcers. Seems like fun. Give it a quick save anyway. Just die already. You're boring me. Slow ship or slow ships like the hegemony can get away with just using basically nothing but capitals. And what are they gonna do? Flank me? With enforcers? Really? I don't think so. The big stuff could be a problem. But I get the feeling the Odysseys will be good enough at killing them that it'll just be a steady meat grinder. In my favor, of course. Not letting you do your bullshit. No matter how much you try. There's the mass of them. Mint and Stick are at the front, holding well. The onslaught's over over half of its total hard flux. But one of the legions is moving in already. Seem to have mostly broadswords, if not only broadswords. Interesting strategy. Let's see if it pays off. Get the feeling their plan to create a battle line is gonna get very quickly fucked once I decide to show up behind them. Just get it to take out their own ship. Might have to review the footage on that one. Right, so got them flanked. So half of them are looking the wrong way. So they're kind of in disarray. But they've definitely got us outnumbered. Whatever that was worth. All I've got to do is show up the wrong place at the wrong time. Right now. Took out a bunch of their enforcers. Now they're trying to use the distraction tactics on us. That's a lot of enforcers that just showed up. This guy's somehow winning. This guy, not so much. Might have to go over and help him out. So I've got 25 more points. Junk, get in there. Don't think I trade favorably with a Grendel, but I can try. He's got a lot of kinetic. Better off just distracting him. Mint, Chunk, and Stick are all right there. Turmeric's right off to the side. That Onslaught's getting messed up. That Legion's nearly full flux, so he's not gonna interrupt. Overall, things are looking half decent. Continue. is done. Tumeric's backed all the way up. Stick is getting looked at by multiple onslaughts. Might have to get in here. Don't want to have to fight, just have to distract. Mission accomplished. So we've reset back to a fairly even line. We're going in on the Legion. Is about to become a problem. Mint has failed to take out that Legion there. The Mark 14. Though I guess that's not quite the right name for it. 14th Domain Battle Group. Pattern, I guess, would be the right term. Gotta save the chunk. Can't survive all this focus fire. Force her down. Might be able to take out this Legion. Nope. Time to go. provided a pretty good distraction. Took out that Onslaught 14th pattern and the other Legion. This one that I was focusing on is retreating. Full assault. We outnumber him pretty severely. In fact, I am gonna go try to chase that Legion. Alright. I'd say that went pretty good. Lost 100 crew, but I'd say it was worth it. In a fucked up kind of they lost more dudes than we lost dudes kind of way. Price of doing business and all that. Alright, that bounty's done. There's a couple all the way over there, plus the pirate fleet bounty. I don't think anything new popped up. Not that I'm in range of a comm relay. Gotta go. Probably did the pirate fleet bounty first. 48 days is more than enough time to kill everything there. But I've got even more time to get the rest of it done. The other bounties, that is. What the hell? That didn't activate correctly at all. And I got that thingamajig to go the wrong direction. Shit. Just means I have to go pick up some more supplies later. Pretty big system. A lot of places the pirate base could be. It's the first pirate fleet bounty complete. Or over. Whichever term you want to use. Get over here, you. Gotta blow you up for money. I'll go with the Fury again. I'll shake it up. Go with serial number, tab, the cork, chunk, mass, the Fury, and mixtape. There's most of them directly in front. Forget if they've got Atlas Mark IIs or if the only dangerous thing is the Eradicators. I didn't really look at their fleet composition too closely. Going so far. Not much of them left. Guess they didn't have any Atlas Mark IIs. Swear to fucking the tab dies to this shit. Nah, he's good. And that's all of them. Definitely over deployed. Still think it was worth it. For all those pretty fireworks. There's the pirate base. Gotta scare off this fleet so that I can raid the base. I really don't have to, but I will. Let's keep this one simple. One Odyssey, one Doom. Technically I could do it with just a Doom. Just might be slow. and killed him. Easy peasy. Let's bring in only small stuff for this one. No capitals. Just a whole pile of meatballs. That was quick. Just the way I like it. Alright. Think we've cleaned out most of the pirate presence here. Start working on the other ones. But before that, I'm gonna go for a quick break. Be right back. Apologies for the long break. Got ambushed by my cat. He demanded affection, and I had no option but to oblige. Anyway. Lots of small pirate fleets nearby. Let's try to get one more. Alright, what was next on the list? There is Malaki Alvarez. Hiding out near a desert world in a system with an orange primary star in the Balworm or Balwam constellation. So only one orange primary. Desert barren. Said desert world, so we know where he is. He's right there. How about the other guy? Enyo Dysnomia. He's rumored to be hiding out near an irradiated world in a binary star system. Only one binary. Irradiated world. There's one there. YouTube. The second one here. Solo Nobre. Looks like it fell after all. Just the two. Alright. And the third guy I can worry about later. Let's start with this one, just because it's closer. Go over to Vidor. I'm still not sure on the wording on the transverse jump. It says cost up to 59 supplies to recover. But is that for the whole fleet or just for individual ships? Because if it's for the whole fleet, it's not much. If it's per ship, that's a lot. There's the bounty. Not too dissimilar for another bounty we dealt with earlier, except a lot more hammerheads than sunders. Still a shitload of falcons though. I should have transferred command, but I'll do that after. Send in Telephone Keliki. The Cork. Don't think it's time for serial number. I will send in a tab though. I think it is exactly his kind of fight. Mixtape, metal pipe, Dill. And the cleanup squad. Also, since I mentioned it earlier, I feel I should mention it again. 20 minutes away from when the Artemis 2 crew should be re-entering orbit, if they're not already doing that right now. Sure hope that goes well. Lots of star flux buildup. Two of their executors are right here, directly across from the dill and the tab. It's only a bunch of frigates over on this side, so I guess I am the anchor for this side of the fight. Let's get to doing some anchor shit. The guy's got safety overrides. He's certainly acting like it. Maybe he shouldn't have. Fuck. Okay, quite a bit worse. Still not good. We've sort of got them surrounded, but they've got an extra wave of Falcons and a Sunder coming in. Got an extra 43 points if I want to use them. We got this. Don't need reinforcements. That executor is completely surrounded, and he's high up on flux. He's only got a couple of frigates and an eagle nearby. So I am going to tactically make my way up over here towards the other executor and distract him. Maybe take out a couple of dudes while I'm at it. One is better than none. I think I better not stay around here for too long. The Executor is thoroughly distracted. Can either go back up the dill, or can go back up the cork. I'm thinking I go back up the dill. I did it again. God damn it. This time I definitely did not mean to do it. Try to stick to the original plan. Or I might have to revise. Getting a bunch of kills. First, my fleet's gonna be slamming into all these falcons and eagles. So, original plan is a go. Take out the executor. Of flux. And if they've got any reinforcements left, they're gonna show up right behind us. But I don't think they do. Don't exactly have much left on the field. One left. Down it goes. Might have been a little overkill, but we got the job done. And technically, the more overkill, the less crew are gonna go down. Theoretically. Alright, that bounty's down. Still have the other one. Just gonna double check it. Orange primary, desert world. It's the only one it could be. There they are. They've got Mark 1 Brig, Retribution, Amora, whole bunch of Eradicators. And some smaller stuff. I think we got this. Especially since they made the very good decision of using burn drive before fighting us. Not sure if I want the bottle or the telephone key for this one. I'll go with the bottle. Gotta say, the Fury's really been growing on me. It's not exactly the most well-armed ship, but the added mobility really does let you be a absolute motherfucker. Like half the time I'm just kinda trying to distract targets rather than actually fighting them, and hey, it works. And if it works, I kinda wanna do it more. There's the brig. Got an extra 30 points to work with. Send in the mass. We've got more eradicators trickling in. Kinda just wiping the floor with them so far. The only one who's offering any resistance is the brick. Although I guess it is particularly well suited for that role. Which I guess means I should try to take out the other ones first. Isolate the brick. It'll be easier to take out. Yeah, really not much of him left now. Bricks down. Just that guy left. And now he's gone. Only crew lost. Really wish it would tell me what the source of the crew losses are. But then again, I'm already pretty darn sure what it is. Just have to get around to fixing it. Okay, that one's done. Then there's this bounty over here. Hiding out near a rocky ice world at a system of a giant primary in the Melufia constellation. Well, only one system it could be. And there's a gate there. Rocky Ice World. So there's brick. And nowhere else. So it's gotta be brick. Oh hey, an orbital habitat. Don't mind if I do. An alpha core and not much else. Guess it's better than having a giant pile of food. Though if I could, I'd give all my dudes extra rations. There's the fleet. An onslaught, 3 legions. 1 dominator, a Grendel, a Mora, an eagle, and a whole shitload of warthogs. At least I think those are warthogs. Let me check. Don't have any on me. Yeah, nah. Definitely warthogs. Gonna have to send in the meatballs for this one. The kite approaches. There it goes. There's all the legions. And all the warthogs. small dudes. Fighters, not small dudes. That's a whole lot less of them now. Meatball over there is outnumbered and surrounded. But I trust he's got it under control. I'm just gonna go harass the hell out of this guy. Make sure he doesn't do anything important. Armor's gone. It's basically one of 2 health bars. Mint is engaging the bird. HSS Bird. That's a good name. Might have to steal it later. Got meatballs on my side. They're gonna be running out of Reapers eventually. So I've got 45 more points than earlier. Did something explode while I wasn't looking? Probably. Whatever. Sending another one. Stick, you're up. We got him. 30 crew down. No ship losses. Alright. Think that's all the bounties we had stockpiled. There's one over there, but don't think there's any gate nearby. Yeah. Not gonna be able to get there in time. Might as well ignore it. Go grab that shade blueprint, wherever it is. Head back to the colony, drop off some stuff. Always tell it's the weekend because the engines that hum on by are that much more... What's the term? Hard vibrations? That's not the right term. You can tell the motors are better. I'll put it that way. Just stuff up here. A weapons cache. No new blueprints. All pile up derelicts. Pressed buttons a little too fast, but not in the right order. There's the blueprint. Shade class phase frigate. Smallest phase ship operated in this sector. The Shade class is often used as a scout for larger fleets. In battle, it's valued by fleet admirals for its ability to disable enemy ships with its EMP emitter. Fascinating. Where's the nearest gate? There's one over in the Zagan system, 6 light years away, and one over in Vasuki, 4.4 light years away. That one it is. another wave of bounties came in. There's one somewhere around here. Cryovolcanic world and a system with a giant primary. In the Dargor Nebula. Well, we happen to be going to the only place with a giant primary, so I'll pin that one. Put that one down over at the Brigador constellation. Don't think I have to worry about that. That one way up there. Never mind that. Lytic Path base over in Hadon Velocet. I'll pin that one just in case it turns out to be the one that is fucking with my colonies. It might be, might not be. Was near a cryovolcanic world, which can only mean over here. Zipakna. Let me double check it though. Yep, correct. Nothing too impressive in this fleet. Send in the mint, serial number, tab. No, wait, not the tab. Second guessing myself again. We're sending in the tab. Telephone Killicky, and the mixtape. Should be enough. Actually, it'll probably be more than enough. Surely that's all the dirt frigates down. There's one more over there. Serial number is going right in. I'd better get over there. that's all of them. Sure was. Right back over to the gate. I see pirates. Defense fleets probably have it covered, but let's go in and have some fun. They are pursuing the retreating pirate forces. Don't think we're gonna be able to prevent most of them from running away. But we can try, damn it. Get what we can. No way that guy got away. You made it seem easy. All we got. Didn't get much. Sell all of that stuff. Store all the weapons. And I did mention I wanted to do something with the shrouded substrate. Got exactly what I can make out of this. Missile glares. Rift lightning. Pseudo particle jets. I haven't made use of these yet. Just kind of a worse cryo flamer, and I'm already not using the cryo flamer I've got. At least, I'm pretty sure I've got one of those. Hungering Rift. Already got 2 ships equipped with them. There's diminishing returns to having more. Well, only if I have all of them deployed. And the inimical emanation. It's kind of like a small version of the Rift Lightning. First up, do I actually have cryo flamers? Got a rift beam, a disintegrator. Also got a couple of void blasters. Don't see any cryo flamers. Might just be blind. Starting to think I might not have one. Yeah, it would show up in this list if I did have one, and it does not. Do you remember having the plan of having one Void Blaster on each of the champions? Looking at the absolute state of the vents on these guys, maybe I shouldn't. Actually, maybe another thing I should do is take some of the vents away. If not all of the vents, and put it in capacitors instead. Could stick 2 more points in here to get the Rift Lightnings rather than Paladins, but Rift Lightning does not work off of magazines. Might not be necessarily worse. It is more flux per second though. The Paladins already kind of have that problem. Well, the Anubis has that problem, not the Paladin. Do you remember discussing the what's it called? The Neuroferric Quad Coil. About how it's kind of like a halfway between the Hellbore Cannon and the Hephaestus Assault Gun. It does cost the exact same as the Hephaestus. Less flux per second. Also less damage per second and less flux efficiency. But only by a little bit. Single hit damage for the Hephaestus is 120. Single hit damage for the Neoferric is 200. And this one's a burst fire. So ultimately, the Neoferric would be better at anti-armor. It does also, since it's a burst rather than continuous, makes it better against shields. But is it worth it? It's got better accuracy, better turn rate on the turret. Range is the same. We'll give it a go. I do also already have the disintegrator right here. Maybe I'd be better off putting the disintegrator in one of these. Then I also have the heavy mass driver. Let's try this. Give it a test run against Level 5 Officer, Multi-S Mod, Mirror Match. Not exactly the best comparison, but it's the comparison I'm willing to try. Of armor damage. Once it can get through the shield, that is. front one never seems to be firing at a time. Haven't seen the heavy mass drivers getting used at all so far. Already out of pillows. He fired off all of them. That said, they do regenerate. Just a lot slower once you're out of the initial stockpile. Okay. I can already think of one immediate change. Stick the Gauss cannon back on the rear mount. Keep some flat cannons on the mediums. Keep being tempted by the mediums here, but I think I've got a better idea. Extended shields is expensive. 20 points for that. Shield conversion front only extends it to a 180 shield, which is not enough. Oh, hey there, Legionnaire. Just been, trying to make use of the Neoferric quad coil. I figured the Conquest could use one. So far, the first test, not so bad. But let's do another. With the big difference being, this time, it's a 1 quad coil, 1 Gauss. Let's see if it works. Definitely getting more shield damage than last time. But can he capitalize on it? Definitely getting more damage done. Got the overload. second overload. Finish the job. Yeah. Okay, I'd say that works pretty good. How about a non-mirror match? Still a 1v1, which also not quite the best representation of actual performance. But if you can stand up to a onslaught, you'll be plenty good enough. Bold decision. Frontal armor. Just maintaining distance. Does make me wonder though if the double Gauss cannon setup wouldn't be better just because Conquest can just sit in the back and pelt away with the anti-shield. Let someone else worry about actually getting the armor out of the way, rather than trying to fit all of it on one ship. But then again, if he gets separated on his own, it's not going to be nearly as effective as if he can't do both. And not to mention, most of the time, he's not going to be fighting against something equivalent or stronger than him. He's going to be fighting multiple smaller enemies. Kinda sounds like I have to run another simulation or something against a couple of cruisers. See how it does in the 2v1. More or less a stalemate right now, with Slight Edge going to the Conquest, just because the Onslaught relies a lot more on its armor than the Conquest does. I'll let the simulation run a little bit more and then I'll do a different test. And they're just gonna reset again. Okay. Next simulation. Tab against neither of those. Put them up against a couple of these guys. See how he does. good job of keeping them at bay. The second that they have to back out, they vent the flux. So this is definitely just kind of a stalemate. Gonna go ahead and say this is probably half decent for a support ship. Could definitely do worse. Anything else I want to change? Do keep complaining about Sarissas. Maybe get rid of those. Also, give this guy a plasma cannon. Get rid of the accelerated shields and the thrusters. Put the Ziphos right back on there. You'll want to keep the proximity charge launcher. Yeah. This thing kinda likes damage. Just because it's got the reality disruptor on it. I'll still give it the accelerated shield. Even if it might be better to just put it all into capacitors instead. Alright. Tired of staring at the fids. Let's actually go do something. Like say, explode a Pavor base. Where's the base? Beta is Safasor? I think that's how you pronounce that. And there's a perfectly convenient slipstream that's probably going right there. So I guess that other base there was not the target. Although, Tritachyon would pay me pretty good for it. Not that I need the money, I more need the reputation than anything. I don't need Tritach reputation that much, so they can deal with their own terrorist problem. Stock up. Go right back out there. the space highway over to where I'm going. Oh hey, some pavers. Here, let me pay you that toll. Entirely within munitions, however. But a lot of small stuff. Nearly overloaded. Not quite. Goddamn cocaine squirrel. Get out of P-space so I can fuck you up. Gotcha. Not terribly much left. Doesn't mean it's time to stop trying. Don't think I'm getting this guy. Yeah, nah. Fight's done. Oh shoot. Getting sent the wrong way. And then back the right way. Into the slipstream, but I didn't need it. Inefficiencies keep piling up. Alright. Where's your house? I want to send it a pipe bomb. There it is. Let's go in with these guys. Give me a little bit of pause. Finish savoring the drink. And resume. Section down. Now the other two. Builds back up. Just barely missing those broadswords. Don't have very much fleet left. Blow up the station, kill the stragglers. Or the other way around. Nah, I got it right the first time. Just didn't realize it. And they're down. That's one pepper base down. There's a bounty over there. Another over there. I'm thinking this one because it's for the Ludic Church, which I don't have the best of reputations with, but it has been getting better and better, all the way until we've gone back to 0. I think this bounty would be enough to push it over. 2 bricks and a whole bunch of eradicators. I'm pretty sure I can do that. Volcanic world in a system with a giant primary star in the Brigador constellation. It's only one giant. Volcanic world. There's only one of those. Don't you hate it when you accidentally press T rather than 5? Such a common issue. Let's bring in... Wait a second. No wait. It's because it's the select flagship for disengagement thing. I was kind of wondering where the serial number went, and then I remembered. It's an AI ship. I'm not allowed to captain that one. Not without a specific skill. For a second there, I thought I had lost it for some silly reason or other. So damn, there's a lot of my drink left. Might have to start working on that instead. is pretty clear in this fight. Back up the serial number. He's gonna go beat the shit out of that brick. Brick number 2 has entered the arena. I'm gonna try to intercept this guy before he gets away. Might be a bad idea. Flux is pretty high. My flux, that is. Never punish, except for when I am. SSL and Azrael have been taken out, according to the top left readout. Easy peasy. Almost like high-tech is supposed to counter low-tech or something. Wild conception, I know. So all that being said, I have seen some people do pretty damn good with low-tech against like Remnant and stuff, and those guys really aren't far from high-tech ships. So I don't know. Might just be the age-old skill issue. Could keep going down this way and maybe loop back up over to that Luddic Path base. But I really don't need to try Tachyon rep. What I do need is to do some more missions for the contacts. Get back on those. Start with Asconia. So I've got 2 contacts there. One in Syndria, one in Nordia. Surplus nanoport production. Nope. Surplus ore. Nope. Food procurement. Also no. Although, maybe I'll grab that ore related one. The only place that really wants to buy some is Captain Starworks. And really not for that much. Not that money's really the main issue right now. Could just buy it and dump it right back into this market. Yeah, I'll do that actually. Much better plan. It's on another planet. Could I even carry all of it? Yes. Alright, fine. I'm gonna buy it. And again, since I don't really care about the money part of the equation, I'm probably just gonna sell it either here or in Nortia. Should probably sell it in Nordia. Oh hey, the man with the paper book. Got a Legion 14th battle group class battle carrier blueprint. Which I know some people really want that. Not me though, cause I'm so special. I don't need me no Legion. But I'll still grab it anyway. Can't help but be a collector. $5,100 units of ore delivered here as soon as possible. 20 credits per unit. I did hold on to those, didn't I? I did. Lucky me. Nothing on surplus right now. Just a bunch of shortages. This guy wants me to do some bullshit over in Sphinx. Gonna decline. I need to improve my reputation with the hegemony, not make it worse. This guy pays fuck all for a bounty that's gonna cost me like 30 rep or something. No thanks. It's funny to think this playthrough started as a pirate playthrough. It kind of fell apart pretty quick. Alright. Now the other contact I've got. Rayan. Over on Yoko Bray. Still not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Not sure if I should even care. There's a lot of things I'm not sure about. Some of them are a little bit more important than other ones. The bounty missions and then a typical extraction from Chalcedon. Sure. All the way over there. How about the other one? A lot closer. Yeah, it's just a regular pirate fleet though. Those guys are easy. I'll do the challenging one. Just because it's got a couple of donuts in it. Grab some supplies, some fuel, some dudes. And we're good to go. So we'll start with the bounty, worry about the extraction after. Is there any gates? One over at Oberon. Was it Oberon? Normally I'd say I feel like I'm forgetting something, but nope, not this time. Know exactly what I'm doing. Just so happens to be not the most interesting thing I could be doing. Although, to be fair, that's because the most interesting thing I could be doing is getting lost in the abyss. Which I'm sure for some people, much more boring than what I'm doing right now. Where are the donuts? I was promised donuts. There they are. And a bunch of dooms too. Go in with these guys. Have another big sip before the fighting starts. Yeah, alright. Time to fuck everything up. Actions. I recently learned just how much of a terror the Afflictor could be if you set it up right. And I've been meaning to try it, but I haven't gotten around to it. But overall, it kind of just seems like it's not that the Afflictor itself is super good. Just the Afflictor mixed with antimatter guns might be a little bit too synergistic. But maybe I shouldn't complain about it up until I actually use it for myself. He's done. Okay, they're starting to deploy dooms. I think I'm gonna start deploying more Anubis. feels wrong that the AI will let me do shit like that. Just your slow deploying shield that would normally completely cover your ship is not pointing directly towards the thing that you're trying to protect against, so you're just gonna redeploy it and restart the whole process. And in the meantime, give me the perfect opportunity to throw a Reaper right in your face. That one guy was right. Maybe phase ship searches. Busted. And the big lure reveal is gonna be that, yeah, nah. That shit's demons, yo. The fucking Paffers were right. Could have burned that shit when you had the chance. Isn't the Abyss stuff to get the Helicont? Not entirely sure. I know that the Luddic Church and the Pappers do see it as literally demonic. I was thinking more like the Gate Demons, or whatever the name of the faction's gonna be. So like, the guys who control the cigarette. Whatever the source of the weird music is. But I don't know. I could be completely wrong. The fun thing about lore, it's a whole lot of interpretation. Bunch more Dooms, a Donut, and an Odyssey up over there. The Harbinger's nearly out of combat readiness. Give an eliminate order on him, just to make sure someone gets him. Things ain't looking good for this dig. Let me help. Deploy a mine right into the donut hole. That would indeed be fun. I don't think it'd be entirely fair for the Paragon driver, though. Guys that can beat down super hard. Let's try to trick this guy into lowering his shield. Don't think he's gonna take the bait, but he is gonna get overloaded. trying to run now. Hey, there's only one ship left. There he goes. Seven crew lost. Significantly less than when I still had the Sarissus on board. Mission complete. Shoot. I forget what I wanted to do after this. No, there was a plan. Oh, right. Was gonna complete this one, then I was gonna go get the combat extraction, which is... I mean, it says combat extraction, it's more just... go in there with Marines and, take what you want. So where was the gate? Oberyn. That's where it was. I think the nearest spot is over at the Magic Star System. Been forever since I've been in Nova Maxios. So I might as well stop by. Not sure what it is about this place, but I feel like I'm always ending up back here. Funny to see one of my mercantile convoys in this area. Guess I am part of the sector now, aren't I? Don't really need all that many supplies, but I'll take the small amount of fuel. Shady man with an off-brand datapad. What does he want? He wants me to move a very small amount of drugs to a probably not that well-defended port. Or not very much pay. No thanks. Even noticed there was a gate right there. Getting a connection request. Encrypted voice-only connection from source unknown. Accept. You accept a comm request. A voice crackles from the staticky display of your tripod. Captain Max Friday. I know why you're really here. I believe you and I can resolve this situation personally, though I must remain anonymous due to political considerations. I recognize that your capability to employ deadly force is not insignificant. I wish to propose a path of least bloodshed. You'll have to trust me, Captain. And, naturally, I cannot simply give you what you want. It will come at the price of 39,000 credits. I hope you find this an acceptable compromise, given the alternative. Yeah, sure. Less people die this way, I guess. The voice provides you with a numbered burner account for the credits transfer. Excellent, Captain. The anonymized voice says, I confirm receipt of your payment. From this point, it'll take only a short time for the arrangements to be made. The voice gives you instructions to head to a particular bar, Marlowe's, near the concourse. Goodbye, Captain Max Friday. It says one last time. With the sinking feeling that your target and credits might be further away from you with each passing minute, you enter the bar. The proprietor looks up as soon as you step into the dim, tube-lit interior. Hey, you tense at the tone. Can't just let your friend sleep here. I'm not renting a hotel, yeah? This must be Marlowe. Marlowe pulls you towards the dark end of a bar, where a figure appears to be passed out drunk. A red reflective hood has fallen over their face. You pull it back and it is indeed your extraction target, looking a little pale, unconscious, and drooling. But the face matches your intel. I don't want any trouble. Maybe your friends on chems. I don't ask questions. But see, I took care of him, right? No call to municipal. Now, you take your friend and go now. Go. Get out. Tries to shoo you towards the door as you lift the slack body. Get the feeling he knows what the deal is, so no reason to ask questions. Just leave. Outside the bar, you pass the unconscious form to one of your bodyguards, whose subtle augments makes carrying the limp form a matter of casual ease. The auto medic on the shuttle back reports that the agent was heavily and expertly sedated. Return to consciousness and secure quarters on your flagship. The agent is suspicious and uncooperative until you give the confirmation phrase you were provided. Calmer now. They've got no explanations for how they ended up in Marlowe's. Maybe it doesn't matter. You just have to get him back. Get your pay, and the job's done. Just the way I like it. Guys got transmutonic ores for cheap. No thanks. Guy here wants to sell 200 units of fuel, or food, not fuel. But technically you could convert it into fuel. Probably not efficiently. Anyway, decline. And apparently I've got a contact here that I've forgotten about. Location of an Apogee blueprint. Sure. Resolving an incarceration. Extract the subject from confinement on Kazaran. The word on appears twice in a row. Get the feeling that's not supposed to be. Also, yeah, nah. I'm not raiding Kazarin. Not even for that amount of money. And also because I need 10,000 Marines. I do not have that. Secret package delivery. Nah. Don't have nothing to sell. I'm out of here. Got so much money. If only I knew what to spend it all on without just wasting it. Any more work. Observation package on Nachiketa. Let me see how the bounty is, then I'll decide. It's one down at Beta Bacultas. Triple donut and an astral. 20 other ships. Then a slightly lesser one over there at Beta Carinae. I'll go with the other one. And I'll also do the observation package. Why not? Forget how high I have to get the contact reputation before they start offering the Omega bounty, but I ain't there yet. Gotta keep grinding. No one nearby. Sneak our way up. Lot of patrols nearby. No sensors. That one's leaving. That one's standing down. That one is sticking around. Just have to get away past that guy. I think the fast picket is too close. Stick over here. Okay, think we can get it. As long as he doesn't sensor burst. He saw me. But I think he shat his pants once he saw who it was. Okay, still got the bounty over there. And hey, there's another one that popped up right on top. It's only got 18 days left though. Don't think I'm gonna get there in time. There's another one there. I'm at a flat 0 with the charge. I'll just go get the contact mission done. Do kind of want to get in here and grab some fuel though. Let's get out of the way, damn you. None of the targets are anywhere near where I'm trying to get to. Never mind that. I've tempted to go pick up some supplies over in Chugomostok, but I really should stop trying to blow up hegemony fleets. Never gonna improve my reputation if I do keep doing that. Actually, here's an idea. How about I just go back over to my system, grab some fuel, grab some supplies, jump right back into the gate. Where was that guy? We're here in the beta occultus. I think the nearest one is over at Elsbeth. Or Svarga. Last time I was here, there was a lot of remnant. But there doesn't seem to be any right now. Gotta remember, I got transverse jump whenever I feel like it. Does my fleet really take 20 supplies per day? Sure does. Wonder if it has anything to do with me having 6 capitals or not. It'll remain a mystery. I think the bounty target's up over there. He sure is. And he's burning all kinds of combat readiness just to get the fight started earlier. Sets most of them right in front. Deploy some more small stuff so we can contest the objectives. Assuming that nothing goes down. Brave assumption, I know. We shouldn't need any reinforcements whatsoever. That Aurora there's having a bad day. Got 44 more points. I'll make use of them. Send in junk and mixtape. Try to get rid of the Astral once I have the chance. Inconveniently placed Anubis, taking out all my annihilators. And now he's disabled. Beat the cripple. flux is pretty high, so I better get out of here. That only one paladin was on duty. I want to get rid of him sooner rather than later. Let's work on that. One less problem. Well, that went much easier than I thought it would. Although with the amount of times I've taken down a donut, and it being easier than I thought it would, maybe I just overvalued them. Also, the stick died. Don't see his corpse anywhere, so it must have shattered. Oh well. Send in the backup. To Merrick. It's your time to shine. It's one of those situations where they're only as good as the investment you stick into it. Damn it, there goes the Tempest. And I've run out of frigates to send in. But yeah, like I said, I've not experimented terribly much with the donut. I always kind of just been on the other side of the equation. You're kind of an oddity when it comes to high tech. Because they're not fast. They're not meant to be fast. They're just kind of supposed to sit there, shield tank everything, and then have an ungodly amount of firepower coming right back at you. I mean, even the Doom, which is kind of weird for a high-tech design, still has a decent amount of mobility. The Donut, no mobility, all firepower. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong though, because I know that the donut is kind of a community favorite. As far as just a ship that you give the AI with a half-decent officer and it just gets a job done. Or, at the very least, survives taking a beating for long enough that you pair it with whatever flagship you want to drive and, well, it just doesn't die while you're not worrying about it. Speaking of worrying about things, there goes the dill. Maybe I should have been worrying. Lots of tachyons on these donuts today. There goes his shield. Felt like those were preventable losses, but losses all the same. There's only one omen left. Stand in melting point. He's got it. He did not. Yep. Either way, mission's done. Let's go back for another mission. Think I've got about enough time to go do one more. I'm still trying to think of what the best use of the donut would be, and then the ultimate conclusion I'm coming to is you'd stick it in a fleet that's got a whole bunch of Paragon, or not Paragons, Paragon is the donut, Onslaughts, Legions, maybe Enforcers. Although, Enforcers are more of a AI fleet thing. Eagles, maybe instead. Basically, you just use it as a very chonky frontline unit. Just kinda doesn't have a place in my kind of fleet. I want everything to be fast. And if it's not fast, it better have a good amount of supportive firepower. Which, the donut does have a lot of firepower. I just still don't think it's, like, No matter what you do, it's never gonna be a backline chip. Guess you could do weird shit like give it a unstable injector, converted hangar bays, give it some fighters, and then just shitload of gravitons or something, but gravitons kinda suck. Guess it would fill the role though. Alright, what work do you have? A bounty and a sensitive matter. We've built up a good rapport, I think, he says, watching you carefully. I have a sensitive matter to discuss regarding the facilities of a competitor. Just another raid mission, it sounds like. But what about it? Better's warehouse on Eltville. Sure. Then how about the bounty? 480 credit bounty all over in the Glance system. How about the other one? Actually, that's a lot of Guardian class standard drone battleships. I'll have a very quick look at the other one. That's also a whole bunch of Guardian class standard drone battleships. Except it's further away this time. I'll take the first one. Okay. There's the one over there in Wool. Which I'm not too worried about. I'll have to burn a story point to make sure that the independents don't get really mad about it. But other than that, non-issue. This bounty fleet, however, I am very interested in. They've got a shitload of D-mods, but that's still 3 more Guardians than I've ever had to fight at any one time. There's also the blueprints up over there, but you can worry about those later. Go over here and get this mission done. Then I'll run over to the gate and go do the other one. Then I'll decide if I want to go get those blueprints. Also, as far as the advice being gleaned from these streams, I feel like it's a unspoken thing up until now, but I may as well speak it. Not exactly the best person at this game, so maybe don't take my musings as any kind of fact. Just because it works for me doesn't mean it works for everyone, and the other way around. Alright. Snow guarding fleet. This'll be pretty easy. Don't really need anything else here. Maybe some supplies. Alright. The Independents do not know I am a absolute bastard. Or maybe they do and they just are rich enough to not care. Once again getting one of those moments where it felt like I said something that required a follow-up. And then I failed the follow-up. Whatever. The only other places that fleet could be is this planet and the other two planets. Maybe also give it a quick save. Got a feeling this might be rougher than the usual fight. Not over here. Not over here. Where are they? Somewhere around here. They could be hanging out over by the jump point. But are they? Sort of. Wonder what happens if I open a comlink. Citizen of the domain. This automated drone ship has identified and logged your vessel or habitat in the course of executing its mission parameters. Autonomous vessel of the domain Explorarium are programmed to respond with deadly force to tampering by any means including damaging or intrusive signals. Vandalism or destruction of domain Explorarium property is punishable under the Minex Establishment Act in addition to colonial polity charters applicable within this volume of domain territory. How nice of it to tell me that if the domain ever shows up again, I will have to pay for blowing your shit up. Pistoling, Sigma Print, Wow Romeo, Zayn Uniform. Yeah, there's a second pistoling. Okay. I'll go in with the bottle. We're gonna need some pretty heavy firepower. So, serial number. Stick. Mixtape. Forget Me Not and Sun Don't Shine. We're gonna need to flood the field on this one. They're not gonna be able to deploy all their guardians at the same time. At least I'm pretty sure they can't. It's kind of unknown territory, to be honest. I've never done one of these kinds of bounties before. Okay. Send in the cork and the metal pipe. And it could be worse. They've got all four in the field. They're all approaching Stick. To distract them for right now. Probably should have noticed there were anti-armor missiles right in front of me instead of venting. Five more points. Send in the fruit fly and the melon. Support the serial number. Going to right in. One down. Other two are looking at me. That one over there is looking at the Stick. Let's try to get rid of some chaff. this cloak for like a good 3 seconds. Lose all my frontal armor on one side. Serial number is in surprisingly good shape. This guy is about to go down. Let's make sure of it. Down it goes. Think they've got this. But I'll drop a few mines anyway. Why not? The mines are free. As long as you don't have more than 6. Alright, there's one guardian left. I don't think I've lost any ships. Pretty darn sure. I'm gonna go ahead and say this fight's basically over. Just have to secure the victory. Some damage on the serial number. Just one rampart over there. Or rampart. Not rampart. That's not a word. It's getting slowly picked to death by a bunch of little birds, essentially. was the pistol hing. Well, fight's done. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be, but it was definitely different. Alright. I'm thinking I do kind of want to go for those blueprints, but I also kind of feel like going and doing a certain other thing that I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention on Twitch. Not anything illegal, don't worry about that. But I think that's gonna be it for the stream today. Not as long as last time. Still pretty close. Four and a half hours versus 6. But as people say, comparison is the thief of joy. Or something or other. Always get details wrong. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out for the stream, Blargong. I always do enjoy, someone being in there in the chat. Makes me feel not quite as absolutely insane as I usually am. But I'm kinda just rambling at this point. Better get the stream done before I say anything too stupid. So, I'll go with the standard outro. Which would be, oh, right. Hopefully that was a good stream. See ya.